Hello, my friend. Tonight, we set sail together on a slow and peaceful journey across the endless waters of history. Find a comfortable place to rest, let your shoulders relax, and allow the gentle rhythm of the waves to carry your thoughts far away. Our destination is not one of excitement or hurry, but of quiet discovery. We will drift through the age when European sailors looked toward the unknown horizon, wondering what lay beyond it. This is the story of Christopher Columbus and the great era of European exploration, told softly, slowly, and peacefully, perfect for falling asleep. Before we begin, take one slow breath in and let it out. Imagine the faint scent of salty sea air, the gentle creak of wooden ships, and the soft flutter of canvas sails catching a patient wind. There is no rush tonight. Every mile across the ocean will be traveled one calm wave at a time. Long before maps covered the world, Europe was a place filled with questions. Merchants dreamed of distant lands rich with spices, silk, gold, and precious stones. Scholars wondered about places described in ancient books. Sailors spoke of mysterious islands hidden beneath morning fog. Most ordinary people would never travel farther than the next village, yet stories of faraway kingdoms drifted through marketplaces like whispers carried by the wind. The ocean seemed endless. The horizon always stayed just out of reach, and somewhere beyond it, people believed, new worlds waited in silence. As evening settled over the ports of Portugal, Spain, and Italy, fishing boats gently rocked against wooden docks. Lanterns reflected across calm water. Sailors carefully repaired ropes worn smooth by years at sea. Shipwrights quietly hammered wooden planks into sturdy hulls that smelled of fresh pine and oak. Seagulls circled overhead, calling softly before disappearing into the fading light. The sea was both friend and mystery. Every voyage began with hope. Every voyage ended with stories. And sometimes, a voyage changed history forever. In those distant centuries, European maps looked very different from the ones we know today. They showed familiar kingdoms, winding rivers, and busy ports around the Mediterranean Sea. Beyond those carefully drawn coastlines, however, the world often became uncertain. Blank spaces stretched across old parchment. Decorative sea monsters, graceful whales, and imaginative creatures sometimes filled the empty oceans, not because sailors truly believed they lived there, but because artists had little else to draw in places that no one had carefully explored. If you had quietly walked into the workshop of a mapmaker, you would have found a peaceful room lit by candles and sunlight pouring through narrow windows. Rolls of parchment rested on wooden shelves. Small bottles of colorful ink lined sturdy tables. Delicate feathers were sharpened into writing quills, waiting patiently for the next careful line. Each map took weeks, sometimes months, to complete. Every coastline was copied by hand. Every island was placed according to the best knowledge available at the time. Mistakes were common, but every new voyage offered another opportunity to improve the picture of the world. Knowledge traveled slowly. Sometimes a captain returned after many months carrying nothing more than a notebook filled with careful observations. Other times, sailors described distant mountains, unfamiliar birds, strange plants, or rivers wider than anyone in Europe had imagined. These stories gradually reached scholars, merchants, kings, and queens. Little by little, the blank spaces on the maps became smaller. The known world quietly expanded. Among the bustling cities connected by trade, one stood proudly beside the Mediterranean Sea. It was Genoa. Here, around the middle of the 15th century, a boy named Christopher Columbus was born into a family connected with weaving and trade. The city itself was alive with the sounds of commerce. Ships arrived carrying wool, olive oil, grain, timber, and colorful fabrics from ports scattered across Europe and beyond. Young Christopher likely spent many quiet moments watching ships glide into the harbor. Their tall masts reached toward the sky. Their sails billowed gently in the sea breeze. Their weathered captains spoke many different languages. Some had crossed calm waters. Others had survived powerful storms. Each carried stories from places that most people would never see. For a curious child, the harbor was like an endless library without walls. Every arriving vessel seemed to whisper another chapter about the wider world. As the years passed, Columbus became deeply interested in sailing, navigation, geography, and the shape of the Earth. He studied maps whenever he could find them. He listened carefully to experienced sailors describing winds, currents, stars, and coastlines. Navigation during this era depended upon patience and observation. The bright North Star offered guidance at night. The rising and setting sun helped sailors estimate direction. Compasses, though simple by modern standards, provided steady assistance across open water. Experienced captains also learned to read clouds, changing winds, ocean swells, and the movements of birds. The sea itself became a teacher. It rewarded careful attention. It gently reminded sailors that nature always deserved respect. Night after night, under quiet skies filled with countless stars, generations of mariners slowly improved their understanding of the oceans. No voyage was perfect. No map was complete, yet every journey added another small piece to humanity's growing picture of the world. And somewhere within Christopher Columbus's imagination, an ambitious question quietly began to grow. What if Asia could be reached by sailing west across the Atlantic Ocean? It was an idea that would occupy his thoughts for many years. An idea that seemed unlikely to many people. An idea that, whether correct or mistaken in its assumptions, would eventually lead to one of history's most famous voyages. But before any ship could leave the harbor, someone first had to believe the journey was worth attempting. Christopher Columbus believed that sailing west across the Atlantic Ocean could provide a faster route to the riches of Asia. His calculations, however, were based on estimates that made the Earth seem smaller than it actually is. Unknown to him, the vast continents of North and South America lay between Europe and Asia, though Europeans at the time were generally unaware of them. Convincing others to support such a voyage was not easy. Ships were expensive. Crews needed food and fresh water, ropes, sails, barrels, tools, anchors, and countless supplies all required careful preparation. A long ocean expedition demanded months of planning before a single sail could be raised. For many years, Columbus traveled from court to court, presenting his proposal to rulers and advisors. Some listened politely before declining. Others questioned his calculations. Experienced scholars debated the size of the Earth, the distance to Asia, and the practical challenges of crossing an ocean that few Europeans had attempted to navigate so far west. Rejection became a familiar companion, yet Columbus remained patient. History often remembers the famous voyage, but it sometimes forgets the long years that came before it. The waiting, the conversations, the disappointments, and the hope that quietly endured. Meanwhile, Europe itself was changing. The kingdoms of the Iberian Peninsula had experienced centuries of conflict and cooperation. Trade continued to expand. New ideas spread through universities and royal courts. Maritime knowledge steadily improved as Portuguese sailors explored farther down the western coast of Africa, learning more about ocean currents, navigation, and distant lands. Every successful expedition added another piece to the puzzle. Every returning captain brought fresh observations. Slowly, European confidence in long-distance sailing increased. Eventually, Columbus found support from the rulers of Spain after the completion of a major military campaign in 1492. With royal backing secured, preparations finally began in earnest. In the quiet harbor of Palos de la Frontera, skilled workers inspected 3 ships that would become famous in history. There was the Santa Maria **, the largest of the 3, serving as Columbus's flagship. Alongside her were the Pinta and the Niña **, both smaller but well suited for long voyages. Their wooden hulls creaked gently against the docks. Fresh barrels were rolled aboard. Sacks of grain, dried fish, salted meat, beans, olive oil, and drinking water were carefully stored below deck. Extra sails were folded neatly. Coils of rope rested beside heavy anchors. Carpenters made final repairs. Blacksmiths checked iron fittings. Every small task mattered. Because once the ships disappeared beyond the horizon, there would be no easy way back. The crews gathered on the docks in the early morning light. Some sailors had years of experience. Others were younger, eager to prove themselves. Many probably felt a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. Families said quiet farewells. Church bells echoed through the town. A gentle breeze stirred the flags above the harbor, then at last the sails were raised, the ropes tightened. The ship slowly drifted away from shore. People standing on the docks watched until the vessels became tiny shapes against the wide Atlantic. Few could have imagined that this peaceful departure would become one of the most discussed voyages in world history. Ahead stretched an ocean that seemed almost endless. Behind lay the familiar coast of Spain, and between them, only wind, waves, stars, and the quiet determination of those aboard the three ships. The morning air was cool as the three ships slowly left the familiar coastline behind. At first, the voyage felt almost ordinary. Fishing boats appeared on the horizon. Seabirds circled overhead, occasionally diving into the sparkling water before gracefully rising again. Gentle waves rocked the ships with a steady rhythm that soon became part of everyday life. As the coast of Spain faded into the distance, the sailors entered the vast Atlantic Ocean ahead. There was only water, blue water beneath them, blue sky above them, and an endless horizon where the two seemed to quietly meet. Life aboard a 15th century sailing ship followed a simple but demanding routine. Space was limited, and every corner of the vessel served a purpose. Sailors slept wherever they could find room, often on simple blankets laid across the wooden deck or in cramped spaces below. The sea determined each day's schedule. When the wind was favorable, the sails remained full, and the ships moved steadily westward. When the wind weakened, progress slowed. Sometimes the ocean became almost perfectly calm. The sails hung quietly. The ships drifted patiently across glass-like water. At other times, stronger winds filled the canvas and the vessels surged forward with surprising speed. Each morning began with small but important tasks. Ropes were inspected, sails were adjusted. The wooden hull was checked for damage. Barrels of fresh water were carefully protected, for every drop mattered during a long crossing. Meals were simple salted fish, hard biscuits often called ship's bread, beans, cheese, olive oil. Sometimes dried fruit when supplies allowed. Nothing was luxurious, but careful planning helped the provisions last for many weeks. Fresh water was rationed with care. Waste was avoided whenever possible. Below deck, barrels shifted gently with the movement of the sea, filling the ship with the familiar scent of wood, rope, salt, and stored provisions. Navigation required constant attention. Columbus and his officers regularly observed the position of the sun during the day and the stars at night. They used simple instruments available at the time, along with careful estimates of speed and direction, to judge how far they had traveled. There were no modern maps showing every coastline. No engines, no radios, no satellites, only experience, observation, and patience. As evening arrived, the Atlantic transformed into a peaceful world of soft colors. Golden sunlight shimmered across the waves. The sky slowly turned shades of orange, pink, and deep violet. One by one, the first stars appeared overhead. Far from land, the night sky looked remarkably bright. Without the lights of cities, thousands of stars stretched from horizon to horizon, forming a quiet canopy above the ships. Many sailors found comfort in these familiar constellations. The North Star remained an important guide. Its steady position offered reassurance in the vast darkness. Sometimes dolphins swam alongside the ships, rising gracefully from the water before disappearing beneath the waves again. Flying fish occasionally skimmed across the ocean's surface. Seabirds appeared less frequently as the voyage continued farther from land, day after day. The ocean remained immense, beautiful, peaceful, and seemingly without end. The rhythm of life settled into a calm routine. Wake with the sunrise, work the sails, share simple meals, watch the horizon, sleep beneath the stars. Repeat. It was a quiet existence, interrupted only by changing winds and passing weather. Yet with every sunrise, the ships moved farther from everything the crew had ever known, and somewhere beyond that endless western horizon, history waited patiently. The days slowly blended together as the little fleet continued westward across the Atlantic. Sunrise followed sunrise with comforting regularity. The gentle creaking of the wooden ships became as familiar as the sound of breathing. Every sailor learned to recognize the small voices of the sea, the flutter of a sail catching fresh wind, the quiet splash of waves against the hull, and the soft whistle of air through tightly stretched ropes. At first, the steady progress filled the crew with confidence. Each day carried them farther into waters that few Europeans had ever crossed. Each sunset marked another successful day at sea. But after many weeks, the endless ocean began to feel different. The horizon never changed. No mountains appeared, no villages, no familiar coastlines, only water reaching in every direction. Some sailors quietly wondered how much farther they would need to travel. It was a reasonable question. No one aboard had ever completed a voyage exactly like this before. Still, Columbus encouraged the crew to remain hopeful. He believed the winds were carrying them toward the lands he expected to find. Every small sign seemed important. A floating branch, a patch of green seaweed, a bird flying overhead. These simple observations suggested that land might not be impossibly far away. One of the most interesting stretches of the voyage brought the ships into the calm waters of what we now call the Sargasso Sea ***. Here, broad mats of golden brown seaweed floated gently across the surface. The water remained remarkably clear. Sometimes it appeared almost perfectly still. The seaweed drifted slowly with the ocean currents, creating peaceful patterns that stretched toward the horizon. To modern readers, this is simply a natural part of the Atlantic Ocean. To sailors of the 15th century, however, it must have seemed mysterious. Some wondered whether the ships might become trapped. Others simply watched with quiet curiosity as the unusual plants slipped past the hulls. In reality, the vessels continued moving without great difficulty. Nature often appears unfamiliar before it becomes understood. Birds also became careful subjects of observation. A single seabird flying west, another returning east, a flock passing overhead at sunset. Experienced sailors knew that certain birds rarely traveled very far from land. Each sighting offered another small reason for optimism. Even the wind seemed to become a companion. It filled the white sails day after day with remarkable consistency. The ships glided forward across gentle swells, rising and falling with slow, peaceful rhythm. At night, many crew members gathered quietly beneath the stars. Some spoke softly about their homes. Others thought about their families waiting across the ocean. Perhaps someone remembered the smell of fresh bread from a village bakery. Another imagined children playing beside familiar streets. Someone else simply listened to the waves. Long voyages gave people plenty of time to think. Time moved differently at sea. There were no crowded marketplaces, no church bells marking every hour, no busy roads filled with travelers. Only the steady passage of days measured by the rising sun and the brilliant stars above. As September gradually gave way to October, hope and uncertainty traveled side by side. The ocean remained calm. The ships remained strong. The crew continued onward. And somewhere beyond that peaceful horizon, hidden by distance alone, lay islands that neither Columbus nor his companions expected to find. History was quietly drawing nearer, one gentle wave at a time. October arrived with cool mornings and quiet evenings upon the Atlantic Ocean. The familiar routine continued, yet everyone aboard sensed that the voyage had entered a new chapter. The ships had sailed farther west than most Europeans of their time had ever imagined. Every sunrise brought both renewed hope and unanswered questions. The ocean itself remained remarkably beautiful. Long rolling swells lifted the ships gently before setting them back down again. The wind whispered through the rigging. Canvas sails stretched tightly overhead. Wooden masts swayed with graceful rhythm. Even after many weeks at sea, nature offered small moments of quiet wonder. Schools of dolphins occasionally appeared beside the ships, racing effortlessly through the waves before disappearing beneath the deep blue water. At night, the moon painted a silver path across the sea. The stars reflected softly upon the calm surface. Everything seemed peaceful. Yet beneath that peaceful rhythm, many sailors were growing impatient. It was natural. They had been away from home for many weeks. Their food supplies, though carefully managed, slowly became more limited. Fresh fruit and vegetables had long since been eaten. Meals remained simple and predictable. The endless horizon never seemed to change. Some crew members quietly asked one another the same question. Much farther. No one could answer with certainty. Columbus continued to record the voyage carefully, watching every sign that might suggest nearby land. Floating branches appeared now and then. Small pieces of driftwood drifted past the ships. Fresh green plants floated upon the water instead of dried seaweed. Occasionally, birds were seen flying in directions that hinted they might be traveling to and from nearby islands. Each discovery encouraged the expedition. Each sign suggested they should continue. During the evenings, sailors climbed the masts to scan the horizon before darkness settled across the sea. From that great height, they could see farther than anyone standing upon the deck still. Only ocean, only sky, only another sunset. The nights became moments of quiet reflection. Wrapped in simple cloaks against the cool sea air, sailors looked upward toward countless stars that filled the heavens from one horizon to the other. The familiar North Star still watched over them. The Milky Way stretched like a pale ribbon across the darkness. Far from cities and villages, the night sky seemed almost endless. Many generations of sailors had trusted these same stars. They asked for no payment. They offered no promises. They simply remained steady night after night. As the second week of October unfolded, more encouraging signs appeared. A carved piece of wood floated past one ship. Another sailor noticed what appeared to be a small branch carrying fresh berries. These objects seemed unlikely to have drifted from Europe across such an immense ocean. They suggested that land might truly be close. Excitement spread quietly from sailor to sailor. Voices became more hopeful. Eyes remained fixed upon the western horizon. Every person aboard watched with renewed attention. The sea itself seemed almost to hold its breath. No one knew exactly what waited ahead. They expected islands connected to Asia. Instead, they were approaching lands entirely unknown to Europeans of their age. The world was about to become much larger than anyone aboard those three ships could have imagined. But on this peaceful evening, with the gentle waves rocking the vessels beneath a sky filled with stars, the crew knew only one thing. Tomorrow might finally reveal the answer they had been seeking across the endless Atlantic. During the evening of October 11, 1492, a quiet feeling of anticipation settled over the three ships. The sea remained gentle, and the steady trade winds continued to carry the fleet westward. Every sailor seemed to look toward the dark horizon a little more often than usual. Columbus understood the importance of keeping careful watch. He promised a reward to the first person who officially spotted land. Throughout the night, sailors took turns standing high in the rigging, their eyes searching the darkness between the stars and the sea. The ocean whispered softly against the wooden hulls. The sails billowed gently overhead. Lanterns cast warm pools of light across the decks. Most of the crew spoke only in quiet voices, as though the great Atlantic itself were listening. Not long after midnight, the stillness was broken. From the Pinta Asterisk, a sailor named Rodrigo de Triana saw something unusual in the distance. A faint shape, low upon the horizon, dark against the night sky. It was not another cloud. It did not disappear with the waves. As the ship slowly drew closer, the outline became clearer: land. After more than 2 months at sea, land had finally appeared. The joyful cry echoed across the water. The crews awakened quickly. Men hurried onto the decks. Every eye turned toward the same distant shoreline. Some smiled with relief. Others stood silently, simply grateful that the endless ocean crossing had come to an end. As dawn arrived on October 12, the first rays of sunlight revealed a beautiful island surrounded by clear turquoise water. Gentle waves washed onto pale sandy beaches. Palm trees swayed in the warm breeze. Bright green plants covered much of the landscape. Colorful birds flew above the trees, filling the quiet morning with cheerful calls. It was unlike anything most of the European sailors had ever seen. Today, historians generally believe this island was one of the islands in the Bahamas, though the exact location remains a subject of historical discussion. Columbus believed he had reached islands near Asia. He did not realize that he had arrived in a part of the world unknown to Europeans of his time. Soon, small canoes approached the anchored ships. The people who lived on the island came with curiosity rather than fear. These were members of the **** people, whose communities had lived across many Caribbean islands for generations. They were skilled farmers, fishers, canoe builders, and craftspeople. Their lives were closely connected to the sea, the forests, and the fertile land around them. The first meeting between the visitors from Europe and the island's inhabitants was one of history's most significant encounters. Both groups observed one another with curiosity. Their languages were different. Their clothing was different. Their customs were different. Yet both were human beings meeting for the very first time. Neither side could fully understand how greatly this encounter would shape the centuries to come. For the people aboard the ships, it marked the end of one extraordinary voyage. For the peoples of the Americas and Europe alike, it marked the beginning of a new and deeply transformative chapter in world history. As the gentle waves continued to roll onto the quiet shore, the morning sun climbed higher into the peaceful Caribbean sky, and history quietly turned another page. The peaceful morning unfolded slowly as the three ships rested at anchor in the clear waters beside the island. Gentle waves lapped against their wooden hulls, and a warm tropical breeze carried the scent of flowering plants across the sea. For the sailors, everything felt wonderfully unfamiliar. The air was warmer than they had expected. The water shimmered in brilliant shades of blue and green. Palm trees swayed softly beneath the bright Caribbean sun. Birdsong echoed through the forests, creating melodies unlike those heard back in Europe. Christopher Columbus carefully stepped ashore with several members of his expedition. Following the customs of the time, they carried the royal banners of Spain and formally claimed the island for the Spanish crown. Columbus named the island San Salvador ***. Although the Taino people already had their own name for it, Guanahani ***. The two names reflected two different perspectives. For the island's inhabitants, this place had always been home. For the newcomers, it was a remarkable discovery within their understanding of the world. The Taino welcomed the visitors with quiet curiosity. They approached peacefully, bringing small gifts that reflected their generosity and hospitality. Some offered colorful parrots. Others shared cotton thread that had been carefully spun by hand. Simple ornaments and fresh food were also exchanged. In return, the Europeans presented small glass beads, bells, and other modest trade items that seemed unusual to the islanders. Neither group spoke the other's language instead. They communicated through smiles, careful gestures, and patient observation. Sometimes a simple nod meant understanding. Sometimes it did not. Yet both sides made genuine efforts to learn about one another. Columbus observed the island with great interest. He noted its fertile land, clear streams, and healthy forests. He admired the calm harbors where ships could safely anchor. The warm climate supported many plants unfamiliar to Europeans. Trees carried fruits the sailors had never tasted. Flowers bloomed in bright colors throughout the landscape. Butterflies drifted quietly through the air. Everything appeared peaceful. As the days passed, Columbus continued exploring nearby islands in the Caribbean. Each island possessed its own unique beauty. Some featured long white beaches stretching for miles. Others were covered with dense tropical forests. Freshwater springs flowed gently toward the sea. Small villages rested among the trees, where Taino families lived, farmed, fished, and crafted canoes from large tree trunks. These canoes impressed many of the Europeans. Some were remarkably large and skillfully built. They moved gracefully across the calm coastal waters, powered by experienced paddlers who knew every current and reef. Columbus remained convinced that he was exploring islands close to Asia. Because of this belief, he referred to the people he met as Indians, a name based on his mistaken assumption about his location. Today, historians recognize that these islands were part of the Americas, not Asia. It would take additional voyages by many explorers over the following years before Europeans gradually understood that an entirely different continent lay between Europe and Asia. For now, however, the expedition continued with wonder and curiosity. Each sunrise revealed another shoreline, another quiet bay, another peaceful village, another opportunity to observe a world that had long developed along its own path. The gentle sound of waves remained constant. The warm breeze filled the sails once again, and the small fleet prepared to continue its slow journey through the beautiful islands of the Caribbean, unaware that this voyage would forever change the course of world history. Leaving San Salvador behind, the expedition sailed onward through the warm, crystal-clear waters of the Caribbean. The sea was calmer than the rough Atlantic they had crossed. Gentle trade winds filled the sails each morning, carrying the 3 ships from one beautiful island to the next. From the deck, the sailors admired landscapes unlike any they had seen before. Green hills rose gently above the shoreline. Mangrove forests bordered quiet lagoons. Coral reefs shimmered beneath the clear water, their colorful fish darting silently between rocks. Pelicans glided low over the waves before diving gracefully in search of food. Sea turtles occasionally surfaced for a slow breath before disappearing once more into the blue depths. Every island seemed peaceful. Every bay offered a new view. Every sunrise painted the sky with soft shades of gold and pink. Columbus carefully recorded his observations in his journal. He described the calm waters, the rich vegetation, and the welcoming communities he encountered. His writings would later become one of the most valuable historical records of the first voyage, offering future generations a glimpse into what the expedition experienced day by day. Soon the ships reached a much larger island. Today we know it as Cuba. When Columbus first arrived, he believed this impressive land might actually be part of mainland Asia. The coastline stretched far beyond what the sailors could easily see. Rivers flowed gently into the sea. Dense forests covered much of the interior. The air carried the fragrance of tropical flowers and fresh rain. Small villages rested beside rivers and sheltered coves. The local people continued to welcome the visitors with curiosity. They shared food grown from the fertile soil. They demonstrated their skill in fishing and farming. They traveled efficiently by canoe through rivers and coastal waters that they knew intimately. For the European sailors, these communities represented an entirely unfamiliar way of life. The homes were built from natural materials gathered nearby. Gardens surrounded many villages. Families worked together, following traditions that had developed over countless generations. As always, communication depended mostly upon gestures and patient observation. Although language remained a barrier, simple acts of kindness often required no translation at all. A shared meal, a smile, an offered gift. These quiet moments reminded everyone that hospitality could exist between people from very different worlds. The expedition continued exploring the coastline for several weeks. Each day brought careful mapping of bays and rivers. Each evening ended with the ships anchored safely in sheltered waters beneath brilliant stars. The Caribbean nights felt wonderfully peaceful. Warm breezes drifted across the decks. The sound of insects floated from the distant forests. Gentle waves rocked the ships into quiet stillness. Many sailors stood silently along the railings, gazing toward the moonlit shoreline. It was difficult to imagine that these tranquil islands would one day become places of great historical change. For now, they simply seemed like peaceful lands blessed with abundant nature. The voyage continued without great haste. There was always another quiet bay to explore, another river to observe, another sunrise waiting beyond the eastern horizon, and somewhere ahead, another island that would soon become part of one of history's most remarkable journeys across the sea. As autumn gradually turned toward winter in the year 1492, the expedition continued its gentle voyage through the Caribbean Sea. The warm sun rose each morning over calm waters, while soft clouds drifted slowly across the bright blue sky. The sailors had become accustomed to the peaceful rhythm of island life, though each new coastline still filled them with quiet curiosity. Before long, the ships reached another large and beautiful island. Today, this island is known as Hispaniola, shared by the modern nations of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. To Columbus and his companions, it appeared remarkably fertile. Wide valleys stretched toward distant green mountains. Clear rivers flowed through forests filled with towering trees. The coastline offered several natural harbors where ships could anchor safely. Many Taino communities lived across the island, farming cassava maize, sweet potatoes, and other crops that had supported their people for generations. The visitors observed carefully. The islanders observed just as carefully. Both groups were learning about one another, step by quiet step. Columbus was deeply impressed by the island's natural beauty. He described rich forests, fresh water, and fertile soil. Everything suggested that this land could support thriving communities. As always, however, his understanding of where he was remained mistaken. He still believed he was exploring islands near Asia. The true geography of the Americas had yet to become known in Europe. During the Christmas season, an unexpected event changed the course of the voyage. On the night of December 24, 1492 the flagship, the Santa Maria ran aground on a coral reef. The sea was calm, but the ship drifted onto shallow waters and became firmly stuck. The crew worked patiently to save the vessel. They unloaded supplies, they tried to free the ship. Despite their efforts, the damage proved too great. The Santa Maria could not continue the journey. Its long voyage had come to an end. Fortunately, many local Taino people offered assistance. Working together, they helped recover food, equipment, and other valuable supplies from the stranded ship. It was a reminder that cooperation could bridge even the greatest cultural differences. Since the flagship could not be repaired, Columbus made an important decision. Using timber from the damaged vessel, the crew constructed a small settlement on the island. They named it La Navidad *, meaning the Nativity or Christmas, because the accident had occurred during the Christmas season. A small group of sailors remained behind to maintain the settlement, while Columbus prepared to return to Spain aboard the Niña *, the Pinta *, which had been separated for a time, later rejoined the expedition. The decision to leave men behind was significant. La Navidad became the first European settlement established during Columbus's voyages in the Americas. No one could know what the future would bring. The small fort stood quietly among the tropical trees. Its wooden walls overlooked the peaceful sea. The remaining sailors watched as their companions prepared to sail eastward across the Atlantic once again. The journey home would be long. The ocean that had carried them west would now test them in the opposite direction. As the sails caught the gentle breeze and the ship slowly turned toward Europe, the Caribbean islands faded into the distance. Behind them remained new friendships, unanswered questions, and a settlement whose future was still unwritten. Ahead lay the vast Atlantic Ocean once more, and the remarkable task of telling Europe about a voyage that few would have believed possible only a year before. With the Santa Maria left behind at La Navidad, only two ships remained for the long journey home, the Niña and the Pinta. Their bows turned eastward toward the vast Atlantic, and once again the endless sea stretched before them. The voyage back would not be as calm as the journey west. Winter weather over the Atlantic could be unpredictable. Gentle breezes might suddenly become powerful winds. Clear skies could quickly fill with dark clouds. Still, the crews prepared carefully. Fresh water was loaded aboard. The sails were inspected once more. Every rope was checked. Every barrel was secured. The sailors knew that careful preparation often made the difference between a difficult voyage and a dangerous one. For many days, the ship sailed steadily across open water. The Caribbean islands slowly disappeared beyond the western horizon. Once again, there was only the sea, only the sky, only the familiar rhythm of waves rising and falling beneath the wooden hulls. During quiet evenings, Columbus spent time organizing his journals and notes. He wanted to record everything he had seen. The islands, the plants, the birds, the people he had met, the harbors, the rivers. Every observation seemed important. He understood that the rulers of Spain would expect a detailed account of the expedition. His journals would become one of the most valuable records of the voyage. They preserved not only his discoveries, but also his impressions, hopes, and questions. As the ships entered the open Atlantic, the weather gradually changed. Clouds gathered overhead. The wind became stronger. The once gentle swells grew into larger rolling waves. The ships climbed each wave before gently descending into the next valley of water. The mast swayed steadily. The sails strained against the strengthening wind. Experienced sailors worked together with calm determination. Some adjusted the sails. Others secured loose equipment. Everyone understood their responsibilities. One powerful storm eventually swept across the ocean. Rain fell heavily. Strong winds pushed against the ships from different directions. The sea became restless, covering the decks with spray. Yet even during the storm, the crews relied upon the skills they had practiced for years. They shortened the sail to reduce the strain on the masts. They steered carefully. They trusted one another. After many long hours, the weather slowly improved. The clouds began to break apart. Patches of blue sky appeared overhead. Sunlight reflected brilliantly across the waves. The Atlantic once again returned to its quieter rhythm. The storm served as a gentle reminder that nature always deserved respect. No matter how experienced a captain might be, the sea remained stronger than any ship. As the voyage continued, the Nina and the Pinta became separated during rough weather. For a time, each crew sailed alone across the immense ocean, uncertain of the other's location. Navigation required patience, faith, and confidence in the stars. Eventually, both ships successfully reached Europe, though not at exactly the same time. Their safe arrival brought relief to everyone who had waited anxiously for many months. The long voyage was finally complete. The sailors had crossed an ocean twice. They had explored lands previously unknown to Europeans. And they carried home stories that would forever change how Europe understood the world. The quiet crossing had become one of history's most influential voyages, not because those aboard fully understood what they had found, but because their journey opened the door to centuries of exploration, exchange, discovery, and profound change that would follow. When the ships finally returned to Europe in the spring of 1493, the news spread with remarkable speed. Messengers carried reports from one town to another. Merchants discussed the voyage in busy marketplaces. Scholars gathered around maps, eager to hear every detail. Sailors listened closely, imagining the distant islands that lay far beyond the Atlantic horizon. For many people, the voyage sounded almost unbelievable. An ocean had been crossed. New islands had been reached. Unknown peoples had been encountered. Exotic plants, colorful parrots, and unfamiliar objects had been brought back as evidence of the journey. Christopher Columbus traveled to meet the Spanish monarchs, Queen Isabella I and King Ferdinand II. He presented the results of the expedition with great care, describing the islands he had visited and the opportunities he believed they offered. The royal court listened with great interest. The voyage was considered a remarkable achievement in navigation. Although Columbus still believed he had reached islands near Asia, his successful crossing of the Atlantic demonstrated that such a voyage was possible. Across Europe, curiosity began to grow. If one expedition could sail safely across the Atlantic, what else might be discovered? Cartographers, those patient makers of maps, immediately began revising their work. Fresh sheets of parchment were spread across wooden tables, ink bottles were opened, quills were sharpened. The blank western edge of many maps no longer seemed quite so empty. New islands were carefully added, though their true relationship to the rest of the world remained uncertain. Knowledge, like a slowly rising tide, continued to advance. Not all changes happened quickly. Many questions remained unanswered. Where exactly were these islands? How large were they? Were they truly part of Asia? Or were they something entirely different at this stage? No one in Europe possessed the complete answer. The great puzzle of the world's geography was only beginning to come together. Encouraged by the apparent success of the first expedition, the Spanish crown soon approved another voyage. This second expedition would be very different from the first. Instead of only 3 ships, a much larger fleet would cross the Atlantic. More sailors would join: craftsmen, farmers, priests, officials, supplies for building settlements, seeds for planting crops, domestic animals, everything required for a longer presence overseas. The quiet voyage of exploration was gradually becoming something larger. Preparation filled the ports once again. Shipbuilders inspected hulls. Blacksmiths repaired anchors and tools. Carpenters stacked timber aboard the vessels. Barrels of food and fresh water were rolled onto the docks. The familiar sounds of ropes tightening and sails unfolding echoed through the harbor. For the people watching from shore, the sight must have been extraordinary. Dozens of ships, hundreds of people, a destination beyond the western horizon. No one could know exactly what awaited them. The Atlantic remained as wide and mysterious as ever. Yet now, the unknown seemed just a little less distant. The first voyage had proven that the ocean could be crossed. The second voyage would begin a new chapter, one that would bring exploration, settlement, cultural exchange, opportunity, conflict, and lasting change across both Europe and the Americas. As the fleet quietly prepared to sail once again, the waves lapped gently against the harbor walls. The evening sun settled low over the sea, and history waited patiently for another voyage to begin. On a bright September morning in 1493, the harbor was filled with more activity than anyone had witnessed during the first expedition. The quiet departure of 3 small ships had become the grand sailing of an impressive fleet. This time, there were *** 17 ships ***. Hundreds of men gathered along the docks. Sailors prepared the rigging. Carpenters secured wooden crates. Farmers carefully loaded seeds and farming tools. Blacksmiths packed iron equipment. Priests carried books and religious items. Doctors assembled medicines that were available during the late 15th century. The expedition was no longer simply about exploration. It was also about establishing a lasting presence across the Atlantic. As dawn painted the sky with soft shades of gold and pale orange, the fleet slowly raised its sails. One by one, the ships slipped away from the Spanish coast. Families waved farewell from the harbor. Church bells echoed across the water. Soon the coastline faded into the morning mist. Only the wide Atlantic remained ahead. Unlike the uncertainty of the first voyage, Columbus now knew that islands lay across the ocean. He had already crossed these waters once. He understood the steady trade winds that carried ships westward. He knew where floating seaweed might appear. He recognized the flight of seabirds. Experience had become one of his greatest guides. The crossing still required patience. Weeks passed quietly upon the sea. Life aboard the ship settled into a familiar rhythm. Each sunrise brought routine. The decks were cleaned. The sails adjusted. Fresh water carefully rationed. Simple meals were shared among the crew. Some sailors repaired ropes. Others inspected barrels for leaks. Navigation remained a daily responsibility. Every evening, officers carefully observed the stars. Every afternoon, they estimated their position using the sun. Although navigation remained far less precise than today, years of experience had taught mariners how to combine observation with careful judgment. The Atlantic itself seemed welcoming. Strong but steady winds pushed the fleet westward. Large ocean swells lifted every vessel gently before lowering it once again. Flying fish occasionally skipped across the surface like tiny silver arrows. Dolphins swam beside the leading ships as though greeting familiar travelers. The nights remained wonderfully peaceful. Far from Europe, the sky became an immense blanket of brilliant stars. The Milky Way stretched from one horizon to the other. Moonlight shimmered across the rolling sea. Many sailors paused quietly to admire the beauty surrounding them. After many weeks, familiar signs began to appear. Floating branches drifted upon the water. Seabirds circled overhead. The scent of land occasionally reached the ships on gentle breezes. Soon, green islands appeared once again upon the western horizon. Cheers spread from ship to ship. The fleet had successfully crossed the Atlantic for a second time. This voyage first reached islands in the Lesser Antilles, before continuing through the Caribbean toward the places Columbus had visited during his earlier expedition. As the ships anchored in calm tropical waters, many sailors smiled with relief. They had returned safely. But Columbus also carried an important responsibility. He wished to visit the small settlement of La Navidad where a group of his companions had remained after the first voyage. He hoped to find them healthy. He hoped the settlement had flourished. The fleet soon turned toward Hispaniola. Gentle waves carried them steadily onward. Palm trees once again lined the distant shores. Warm breezes filled the sails. Yet none of those aboard could know that the peaceful settlement they had left behind would not be exactly as they remembered it. The next chapter of the voyage would bring both difficult lessons and new beginnings, reminding everyone that history is often shaped not only by discovery, but also by the challenges that follow it. As the fleet approached the northern coast of Hispaniola, the familiar outline of green mountains slowly rose above the morning mist. Gentle waves carried the ships toward the place where Columbus had left the small settlement of La Navidad less than a year before. Many aboard the fleet felt hopeful. Some looked forward to seeing old friends. Others wondered how the settlement had grown. Perhaps they imagined new gardens surrounded the fort. Perhaps fishing boats rested along the shore. Perhaps smoke from cooking fires would soon appear above the trees. The ships anchored just offshore. Boats were lowered into the calm water. A small party carefully made its way toward the settlement. But as they drew closer, something felt unusual. The shoreline was quiet. No welcoming voices echoed from the beach. No signs of daily activity could be seen. The fort stood silent beneath the tropical sun. When Columbus and his companions reached La Navidad, they discovered that the settlement had been destroyed. The wooden buildings were no longer standing as they had been. None of the men who had remained behind were alive. Historical records from both European accounts and later research suggest that a combination of disagreements, disease, poor discipline, and conflict with local communities contributed to the settlement's downfall. Exactly how every event unfolded remains uncertain. Different historical sources describe the circumstances in different ways. For Columbus, however, the result was clear. The first European settlement established during his voyage no longer existed. The discovery brought sadness to the expedition. The sailors quietly searched the area. They gathered what information they could. The peaceful hopes with which they had returned were replaced by the understanding that living in an unfamiliar land required wisdom, cooperation, and mutual respect. After considering the situation, Columbus decided not to rebuild La Navidad. Instead, he searched for a more suitable location where ships could anchor safely and fresh water was plentiful. Eventually, the expedition selected another site along the northern coast of Hispaniola. Here, construction soon began on a new settlement. It was named La Isabela in honor of Queen Isabella of Spain. Unlike the small fort at La Navidad, La Isabela was planned as a more permanent community. Carpenters carefully measured the ground. Trees were cut for timber. Stone foundations were prepared where possible. Storehouses were built to protect food and supplies. Simple homes gradually took shape. A church was constructed. Workshops appeared where blacksmiths, carpenters, and other skilled craftsmen could continue their trades. Every day followed a steady rhythm. Some people gathered fresh water. Others planted crops brought from Europe. Ships unloaded livestock, seeds, tools, and building materials. Although life remained challenging, the settlers worked patiently to establish a community that could survive for many years. The tropical climate presented new experiences. Rain showers often arrived suddenly before giving way once again to brilliant sunshine. Unknown plants surrounded the settlement. Birds with colorful feathers filled the forests with unfamiliar songs. Rivers flowed from the nearby hills, providing fresh water for both people and animals. Every day offered opportunities to learn new landscapes, new climates, new customs, new challenges. The dream of exploration had gradually become the reality of settlement. And while Columbus continued to believe he was near Asia, history was quietly revealing something much greater. An entirely different continent had begun to enter Europe's understanding of the world. The story of exploration was only beginning. Many more voyages would follow. Many more explorers would cross the Atlantic, and each new journey would add another piece to humanity's ever-growing map of the Earth. As the months passed, life at La Isabela settled into a slow and demanding routine. The excitement of crossing the Atlantic had given way to the quieter work of building homes, storing food, and adapting to an unfamiliar environment. Every sunrise brought another list of tasks, and every sunset marked another day of steady effort. The tropical climate was beautiful. Warm sunshine bathed the settlement each morning. Gentle breezes drifted inland from the sea. Towering palm trees swayed softly against the bright blue sky. Yet the settlers quickly learned that beauty alone could not guarantee comfort. Many of the foods they had relied upon in Europe were difficult to grow in the Caribbean. The climate was different. The seasons were different. The soil required new farming methods. Some crops flourished, others did not. The settlers gradually learned from both experience and observation, while also encountering agricultural practices that the Taino people had developed over many generations. The Taino cultivated crops such as cassava, maize, sweet potatoes, beans, peppers, and tropical fruits. Their knowledge of the local environment reflected centuries of living closely with the land. Not every meeting between the settlers and the island's communities was the same. Some encounters were peaceful and cooperative. People exchanged food, practical knowledge, and useful goods. At other times, misunderstandings arose. Differences in language, customs, and expectations sometimes created tension. Historians recognize that these early years were complex, with moments of cooperation alongside growing conflicts that would become more serious over time. For the people living through those events, the future remained uncertain. Each community viewed the world through its own traditions and experiences. Meanwhile, Columbus continued organizing expeditions across nearby regions. Small groups explored rivers, valleys, and mountain trails. They carefully observed the geography. They noted safe harbors. They recorded the locations of villages and freshwater streams. Everything they learned helped expand European knowledge of lands that had previously been unknown to them. Back in Europe, the news from across the Atlantic continued to inspire curiosity. Mapmakers once again unrolled large sheets of parchment. New coastlines were sketched. Fresh islands appeared where blank spaces had once existed. Although many details remained uncertain, each returning voyage added another piece to the world's growing map. Navigation itself continued to improve. Captains compared journals. Pilots shared observations about ocean currents. Sailors learned which winds carried ships westward, and which winds could bring them safely home again. Knowledge was built one voyage at a time, one careful observation after another, one map after another. As evening settled over La Isabela, the settlement became quiet. Smoke rose gently from cooking fires. The sound of waves drifted in from the nearby shore. The day's work came to an end beneath a sky filled with countless stars. The same stars that had guided ships across the Atlantic now watched peacefully over the growing settlement. Far beyond the horizon, Europe continued its familiar rhythm of towns, castles, and busy ports. Here, in the Caribbean, another chapter of history was slowly unfolding. It was a chapter that would influence exploration for centuries to come. And beyond these islands, hidden across vast oceans and unknown coastlines, many more lands still waited patiently to be explored by future generations of sailors, cartographers, and dreamers. While Columbus and the settlers worked to establish La Isabela, the spirit of exploration continued to spread across Europe. News of the Atlantic crossing reached ports in Spain, Portugal, Italy, England, and beyond. Sailors listened carefully to every story, wondering what other coastlines might still lie hidden beyond the horizon. In the busy shipyards of Europe, craftsmen quietly continued their work. Oak trees were shaped into sturdy keels. Long planks were carefully fitted together. Iron nails secured each beam. Canvas sails were stitched by skilled hands. Coils of rope, woven from strong hemp fibers, were stacked neatly along the docks. Every completed ship represented months of patient effort. No single person built a vessel alone. Shipbuilding was the work of many hands: carpenters, blacksmiths, rope makers, sail makers, caulkers. Each contributed their own skill to create ships capable of crossing immense oceans. Navigation also continued to improve. Experienced pilots carefully kept journals describing ocean currents, changing winds, and the positions of stars. These handwritten records became valuable guides for future captains. A successful voyage was not simply remembered, it was studied. Every lesson mattered. Every mistake became an opportunity to improve. European mariners gradually gained a better understanding of the Atlantic's great wind systems. They learned that steady trade winds often carried ships westward toward the Caribbean. Farther north, different winds could help return vessels safely to Europe. These natural patterns had existed for countless centuries. Now, sailors were slowly learning to work with them rather than against them. The ocean itself became a trusted teacher, patient, powerful, always deserving of respect. Meanwhile, Columbus continued exploring portions of Hispaniola and nearby islands. His expeditions followed rivers into fertile valleys and climbed gentle hills that overlooked broad forests stretching toward distant mountains. Every landscape seemed rich with unfamiliar plants and wildlife. Bright parrots flashed through the trees. Small hummingbirds hovered beside colorful flowers. Gentle rivers reflected the blue Caribbean sky. The natural beauty left lasting impressions upon many travelers. Yet exploration was never only about scenery. Maps grew more detailed with each journey. Coastlines were measured more carefully. Harbors were recorded. Safe anchorages were identified. Freshwater sources were noted. These practical observations would help future voyages travel with greater confidence. Back in Europe, mapmakers sat quietly in candlelit workshops. Before them lay large sheets of parchment. Slowly, they traced new coastlines with careful hands. The world they were drawing looked different from the maps created only a few years earlier. The Atlantic no longer ended in mystery. Across its western waters now appeared islands whose names were gradually becoming familiar. Still, many important questions remained unanswered. Were these islands connected to Asia? Did a vast mainland lie beyond them? How large was this newly encountered region? No one yet knew. History rarely reveals all its answers at once. Instead, knowledge grows patiently, voyage by voyage, map by map, generation by generation. As another peaceful evening settled over the Caribbean, the sea reflected the golden colors of the setting sun. The ships rested quietly in sheltered waters. Palm trees whispered softly in the warm breeze. Above, countless stars slowly appeared once again, just as they had guided sailors for centuries. And somewhere beyond the western horizon, beyond islands still unseen, beyond coastlines not yet drawn, the vast American continents waited silently, ready for future explorers to discover that the world was far larger and far more connected than anyone had yet imagined. By the late 15th century, the age of European exploration was gathering momentum. Columbus's voyages had demonstrated that regular crossings of the Atlantic were possible, even though many geographical questions remained unanswered. Across Europe, curiosity continued to grow, and other kingdoms watched these developments with great interest. In quiet libraries, scholars compared ancient writings with the newest reports arriving from sailors. Old maps rested beside freshly drawn charts. Some coastlines matched, others needed correction. The world was slowly revealing itself, one voyage at a time. The process required patience. Every captain observed something different. Every navigator returned with another small piece of the puzzle. Together, these observations gradually transformed humanity's understanding of the Earth. The ports of Europe became even busier. Ships arrived carrying stories as valuable as their cargo. Merchants listened carefully. Royal advisors studied every report. Young sailors dreamed of one day commanding their own vessels across distant seas. The ocean, once viewed mainly as a barrier, was increasingly seen as a great highway connecting continents. Ship design continued to improve. Experienced builders strengthened wooden hulls. Sails became more carefully arranged to capture changing winds. Navigational instruments, though still simple by modern standards, were used with increasing skill. The magnetic compass remained an essential companion. The astrolabe helped estimate latitude by measuring the height of the sun or certain stars. Careful record-keeping became just as important as strong ships. A captain's journal often proved as valuable as any treasure. Each page recorded winds, currents, weather, distances, safe anchorages. Every note could help another voyage succeed. Meanwhile, life continued quietly on the Caribbean islands. Morning sunlight filtered through towering palm leaves. Fresh rivers flowed toward the sea. Small fishing canoes glided across calm bays. The natural world followed its timeless rhythm, largely unchanged by the passing seasons. For the people living there, daily life continued with farming, fishing, family, and community traditions that had developed over countless generations. The arrival of Europeans introduced profound changes, whose full consequences would unfold over many decades. Historians today recognize that this period brought both cultural exchange and significant hardship. New plants, animals, technologies, and ideas moved between continents. At the same time, disease, conflict, and colonization had devastating effects on many indigenous communities. Understanding this history means acknowledging both the remarkable achievements in navigation and the very real human costs that followed. History is rarely simple. It is often made of many different experiences viewed from many different perspectives. As evening settled across the Atlantic, the sea remained unchanged. Gentle waves rolled endlessly beneath the stars, the same constellations that had guided Phoenician traders, Roman sailors, Portuguese navigators, and Christopher Columbus continued their silent journey across the night sky, far below. Ships drifted peacefully upon the dark water. Their lanterns glowed softly. Their sails rested in the quiet breeze. And somewhere beyond the horizon, future explorers were already preparing for voyages that would carry the story of European exploration into an entirely new century. As the years moved quietly toward the end of the 15th century, Christopher Columbus prepared for yet another voyage across the Atlantic. His earlier expeditions had brought back maps, journals, and countless observations, but many questions still remained unanswered. Were there larger islands beyond those already explored? Did a great mainland lie farther to the south? Could a passage still lead to the wealthy cities of Asia? These questions continued to inspire new journeys. In the spring of 1498, Columbus began his third voyage. Once again, ships gathered in a Spanish harbor. Barrels of fresh water were carefully loaded. Sacks of grain and dried food were stored below deck. Ropes were coiled neatly. Sails were inspected one final time. The familiar sounds of hammers, gulls, and creaking wood filled the morning air. Then, with favorable winds, the fleet slowly departed. The Atlantic welcomed them once again. For Columbus, many parts of the crossing now felt familiar. He understood the steady trade winds. He recognized the floating seaweed of the Sargasso Sea. He trusted the stars that appeared faithfully every evening. Yet every voyage still carried uncertainty. The ocean never promised an easy passage. Weeks later, the expedition reached islands farther south than Columbus had visited before. One island, with 3 prominent mountain peaks rising above the sea, reminded him of the Christian belief in the Holy Trinity. He named it Trinidad ***. The island was lush and beautiful. Dense forests stretched from the coastline toward the hills. Bright tropical flowers colored the landscape. Clear rivers flowed through valleys filled with birdsong. Warm breezes carried the scent of salt and fresh vegetation. From Trinidad, the expedition sailed into the nearby waters of the Gulf of Paria ***, between the island and the northern coast of South America. Here, Columbus noticed something unusual. Large amounts of fresh water flowed into the sea. The water tasted less salty than the open ocean. Powerful currents pushed against the ships. These observations puzzled him. Such enormous rivers could not come from a small island. They suggested the presence of a vast land nearby. Without fully realizing it, Columbus had reached the northern coast of the South American continent. He explored portions of the coastline, observing green forests, broad rivers, and fertile landscapes unlike anything he had previously encountered. Although he did not yet understand that this was part of a previously unknown continent, He sensed that the land was extraordinary. In his journals, he wrote with great admiration about the beauty of the region. Towering trees lined the rivers. Colorful birds flew overhead. The water sparkled beneath the tropical sun. Everything appeared rich with life. Today, historians recognize this voyage as one of the first European encounters with the mainland of South America during the Age of Exploration. It marked another important step in Europe's growing understanding of the Western Hemisphere. Yet even now, the complete picture remained incomplete. The true size of these lands, their relationship to Asia, and the existence of an entirely separate continent were still mysteries waiting to be solved. As evening settled over the calm waters of the Gulf of Paria, the ships rested quietly beneath a sky glowing with countless stars. Gentle waves rocked the wooden vessels. The warm breeze whispered through the sails, and somewhere beyond the rivers and forests stretching into the distance, an immense continent continued to wait patiently for future explorers, mapmakers, and historians to understand its true place in the story of the world. After exploring the waters around Trinidad and the northern coast of South America, Columbus eventually returned to Hispaniola. The journey had been long, and years of travel across the Atlantic had taken a physical toll on many members of the expedition. The Caribbean greeted them once again with warm sunshine. Palm trees swayed gently in the breeze. The sea sparkled beneath clear blue skies. From a distance, everything looked peaceful. Yet life in the growing Spanish settlement had become far more complicated than during the earliest voyages. La Isabela had faced many hardships. Food supplies had sometimes been limited. The tropical climate proved challenging for settlers who were accustomed to European conditions. Disease affected many people. Disagreements arose among some of the colonists about leadership, work, and expectations. Building a permanent settlement thousands of miles from home was far more difficult than anyone had imagined. Columbus now faced responsibilities very different from those of an explorer. He was expected not only to lead voyages, but also to govern a growing colony. These were two very different tasks. A skilled navigator was not automatically a skilled administrator. Managing a community required patience, diplomacy, and the ability to resolve disagreements among people with different backgrounds and expectations. Historical records show that the colony experienced increasing unrest. Some settlers became dissatisfied. Others sent reports back to Spain describing the difficulties they faced. Different accounts often disagreed with one another, reminding historians that understanding the past requires comparing many sources rather than relying upon only one. As these reports reached the Spanish crown, concern gradually increased. The monarchs wanted accurate information about conditions across the Atlantic. Eventually, royal officials were sent to investigate the situation and better understand what was happening in the colony. For Columbus, this period marked a significant change. The celebrated navigator who had successfully crossed the Atlantic now found himself dealing with complex political and administrative challenges. History often remembers dramatic discoveries, yet it also includes quieter moments filled with difficult decisions, unexpected responsibilities, and human imperfections. Meanwhile, exploration itself did not stop. Ships continued sailing between Spain and the Caribbean. Each voyage carried new settlers, supplies, and ideas. They also carried letters, journals, and carefully drawn maps back to Europe. Cartographers continued refining their understanding of the Atlantic world. Every coastline became a little clearer. Every harbor found its place upon the map. Slowly, the blank spaces that had once filled the Western Ocean began to disappear. The Atlantic no longer seemed like an endless mystery. It had become a bridge connecting two parts of the world. As another peaceful evening settled over Hispaniola, the familiar sounds of the island returned. Gentle waves rolled onto sandy beaches. Tree frogs began their quiet songs after sunset. A warm breeze drifted through the settlement. Above, the same stars that had guided Columbus across the ocean continued their timeless journey across the heavens. And although Christopher Columbus's own story was entering a more complicated chapter, the wider age of European exploration was only beginning. Soon, new captains, new ships, and new voyages would continue expanding humanity's understanding of the remarkable world that stretched far beyond every horizon. As the 16th century slowly dawned, Europe entered a remarkable new chapter of discovery. The voyages of Christopher Columbus had demonstrated that the Atlantic Ocean could be crossed regularly, and they inspired many other navigators to look beyond familiar coastlines. The sea, once feared as an endless barrier, was becoming a pathway. Every successful voyage encouraged another. Every returning ship carried new knowledge. Every carefully written journal added another page to humanity's understanding of the world. Yet one great mystery still remained. If these lands were not truly the eastern shores of Asia, then what were they across Europe? Scholars quietly debated this question. Mapmakers spread fresh sheets of parchment across their wooden tables. They compared reports from captains, measured coastlines, studied ocean currents, examined the positions of newly discovered islands. The puzzle slowly became clearer, but many important pieces were still missing. Among the many explorers inspired by this age was an Italian navigator named Amerigo Vespucci ***. Unlike Columbus, Vespucci carefully compared observations from several voyages and became increasingly convinced that the lands across the Atlantic were not part of Asia at all. Instead, he suggested something extraordinary. These were lands belonging to an entirely different continent. It was a bold conclusion. At first, not everyone accepted it. For centuries, people had believed they understood the shape of the known world. Changing that understanding required patience and convincing evidence. Gradually, additional voyages supported the idea. More coastlines were explored. More rivers were mapped. Long stretches of mainland extended far beyond anything expected for the eastern edge of Asia. The evidence continued to grow. In 1507, a German cartographer named Martin Waldseemüller created one of the most influential maps in history. Believing Vespucci's conclusions to be correct, he labeled part of the newly mapped lands with the name America, using the Latin form of Amerigo's first name. It was a decision that would echo through history. At the time, no one could know that the name would eventually be applied to two vast continents. Maps continued to improve with every passing decade. Blank spaces grew smaller. Mountain ranges appeared where none had been drawn before. Long rivers stretched across newly explored regions. Islands found their proper places. Ocean routes became more reliable. Each careful line of ink represented months, or even years, of patient observation by countless sailors. Christopher Columbus himself never fully realized that he had reached continents previously unknown to Europeans. Throughout his life, he continued believing that his voyages had brought him to the outer regions of Asia. History sometimes unfolds in unexpected ways. A person may begin a journey seeking one destination, and instead reveal something entirely different. As evening settled over the Atlantic once again, gentle waves rolled beneath countless stars. Merchant ships followed routes that had scarcely been imagined only a generation earlier. Experienced captains trusted winds that earlier sailors had barely understood. The ocean had not changed. Its waves still rose and fell with quiet rhythm. Its winds still whispered across the sails. But humanity's understanding of the world had changed forever. And beyond every familiar chart, beyond every newly drawn coastline, there were still distant oceans waiting patiently for future explorers to discover. As maps of the world slowly became more accurate, another great wave of European exploration quietly unfolded. Columbus's voyages had opened new routes across the Atlantic, but they had not answered every question. In fact, they had inspired even more. Where did these new lands end? Could ships sail around them? Was there another ocean beyond? The search for answers continued, one voyage at a time, one careful observation after another. Among the explorers who followed was a Portuguese navigator sailing for Spain named Ferdinand Magellan ***. Although Magellan himself would not complete the entire journey, the expedition he organized would achieve something no voyage had ever accomplished before. In 1519, 5 sturdy ships quietly departed from Spain. Their wooden hulls creaked gently against the harbor. Families watched from the shoreline. Flags fluttered in the morning breeze. The sailors knew they faced years away from home. No one aboard could predict exactly what lay ahead. The fleet crossed the Atlantic with patience, following routes that earlier explorers had helped establish. They reached the eastern shores of South America and continued sailing farther south than any European expedition had previously ventured. The coastline stretched endlessly beside them. Towering cliffs alternated with sandy beaches. Cold winds replaced the warm tropical breezes of the Caribbean. The farther south they traveled, the cooler the days became. For months, they searched patiently for a passage leading westward. Every bay looked promising. Every river invited careful exploration. Yet many proved to be dead ends. Still, the expedition refused to give up. Finally, after a long search, the sailors discovered a narrow, winding waterway cutting through the southern tip of South America. High mountains surrounded the channel. Steep rocky shores rose on both sides. Cold mist drifted across the water each morning. Today, we know this remarkable route as the *** Strait of Magellan ***. Passing through it required extraordinary patience. The channel twisted through narrow passages. Changing winds demanded constant attention. Strong currents tested the skill of every sailor. Yet day by day, the ships carefully made their way through. Then something remarkable happened. The fleet emerged into an ocean unlike any they had experienced. The water appeared surprisingly calm. Gentle swells rolled peacefully beneath the ships. Compared with the storms of the Atlantic, these waters seemed almost tranquil. Magellan chose an appropriate name. He called it the *** Pacific Ocean **, meaning peaceful. Of course, sailors would later discover that the Pacific could also produce enormous storms. But during those first days, its calm surface left a lasting impression. As evening settled across this vast new ocean, the sea reflected the golden colors of the setting sun. The sails filled gently with fresh winds. The stars slowly appeared overhead, just as they had guided sailors across every ocean before. The expedition had accomplished something extraordinary. They had found a western passage connecting two great oceans. Humanity's picture of the world had become even larger, and although countless miles of ocean still stretched before them, the age of exploration continued to expand the boundaries of knowledge, reminding every generation that beyond every horizon, another one always waits. The voyage across the Pacific Ocean tested every ounce of patience the sailors possessed. Although Magellan had named it the Peaceful Ocean, its greatest challenge was not violent storms. It was its astonishing size. Day after day, the ship sailed westward. The horizon never seemed to change. Gentle waves rolled beneath the hulls. The sails filled steadily with the trade winds. Above them, the sky stretched endlessly from one side of the world to the other. At first, the calm weather felt comforting. The sea remained unusually smooth. Navigation was steady. The stars appeared faithfully each evening. Everything seemed to move with quiet rhythm. But as the weeks became months, the immense distance began to reveal itself. The Pacific was far larger than any European sailor had imagined. Maps of the time underestimated its true width. Food supplies slowly became more limited. Fresh water had to be carefully rationed. Every barrel was opened with caution. Every meal was measured. The crew remained disciplined, knowing that careful planning was essential for survival. Despite the hardships, moments of quiet beauty continued to appear. At sunrise, golden light spread gently across the calm sea. Flying fish skimmed over the waves like tiny silver arrows. Occasionally, seabirds circled high overhead, offering hope that land might not be impossibly far away. During clear nights, the heavens became a magnificent guide. The Southern Cross shone brightly in unfamiliar skies. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness like a river of light. Far from any coastline, the stars seemed brighter than ever before. Many sailors stood silently upon the deck after completing their duties. Some thought about their families waiting in Europe. Others simply listened to the quiet rhythm of the waves. The ocean had a way of slowing time. Days blended together. Weeks passed almost unnoticed. The sea became both companion and teacher, Finally, after an extraordinarily long crossing, signs of land began to appear. Birds became more numerous. Floating branches drifted upon the water. The scent of vegetation occasionally reached the ships with the evening breeze. Then, at last, islands rose above the distant horizon. The expedition had reached the western Pacific. For the exhausted sailors, the sight brought enormous relief. Fresh water could once again be gathered. Food could be replenished. The endless crossing had finally come to an end. The journey continued through several island groups before eventually reaching the Philippine Islands in 1521. Here, the expedition met local communities and began exchanging goods and ideas. These encounters, like many throughout the age of exploration, reflected moments of curiosity, communication, and cultural exchange, while later events also included conflicts whose consequences shaped the history of the region. During this period, Ferdinand Magellan was killed on the island of Mactan in April 1521 during a local conflict. Although he did not survive to complete the expedition, his voyage had already achieved something remarkable. He had led his fleet across the Atlantic, discovered a navigable passage through South America, and guided his ships across the vast Pacific Ocean. Leadership of the expedition passed to others. The remaining sailors quietly prepared to continue their long journey home. Their greatest adventure was not yet over. The world was about to witness the first successful circumnavigation of the Earth, a voyage that would forever change humanity's understanding of the size, shape, and connectedness of our planet. As another peaceful sunset settled across the western Pacific, the ships rested gently upon the calm water. The evening breeze whispered through the rigging, and the stars, faithful companions of every explorer, slowly appeared once again above the endless sea. After the loss of Ferdinand Magellan in the Philippines, the expedition faced one of the most uncertain moments in its history. The fleet had crossed two vast oceans, traveled farther than any European voyage before it, and now found itself thousands of miles from home without the captain who had begun the journey. The remaining sailors gathered quietly aboard their ships. The tropical evening was warm. Gentle waves rocked the vessels beneath a sky filled with unfamiliar stars. The sea, as always, remained calm and patient. It asked only that those who sailed upon it respect its immense power. Leadership of the expedition passed to experienced officers who shared the same goal. They would continue westward. They would find a route home. And if fortune allowed, they would complete the greatest voyage the world had ever known. The fleet had already been reduced in size. Storms, long distances, damaged ships, and difficult conditions had taken their toll. Eventually, only one vessel remained capable of completing the journey. It was a sturdy ship named Victoria ***. Though smaller than the original fleet, Victoria carried the hopes of everyone aboard. Its weathered wooden hull had crossed oceans. Its sails had faced countless winds. Its crew had gained years of experience through patience and perseverance. From the islands of Southeast Asia, the expedition sailed toward the Indian Ocean ***. Here, sailors encountered familiar trade routes that had connected Asia, Africa, and the Middle East for centuries. Merchant ships carrying spices, silk, porcelain, and textile traveled these waters long before Europeans arrived. The expedition carefully continued its voyage, avoiding unnecessary risks whenever possible. The Indian Ocean presented its own rhythm. Warm tropical breezes, rolling blue waves, occasional rain showers drifting across the horizon. At night, brilliant constellations reflected upon the peaceful sea. The sailors once again relied upon the stars that had faithfully guided generations before them. The voyage then rounded the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope ***. This coastline had already become famous among Portuguese navigators. Powerful currents met here. Strong winds often swept across the water. Towering waves reminded every captain that nature always commanded respect. The crew of Victoria handled the difficult passage with remarkable determination. Months of experience had transformed them into some of the finest sailors of their generation. They adjusted sails with confidence, worked together in silence, trusted one another completely. At last, after nearly 3 years at sea, the familiar shores of Europe slowly appeared on the horizon. The date was September 6, 1522 ***. The weathered ship Victoria quietly entered the Spanish port of Sanlúcar de Barrameda ***. Its sails were worn. Its timbers carried the marks of thousands of miles at sea. Only *18 sailors from the original expedition returned aboard. They had completed something no human voyage had ever achieved. For the first time in recorded history, one expedition had successfully circumnavigated the Earth. Their journey demonstrated beyond doubt that the world's oceans were connected. It confirmed the immense size of our planet. It transformed maps forever. Scholars studied the voyage with great interest. Cartographers carefully redrew coastlines. Navigators compared journals filled with observations gathered across 3 years of travel. The age of exploration entered an entirely new chapter. As evening settled over the quiet harbor, Victoria rested peacefully after her extraordinary journey. The sea gently touched its weathered hull. The same stars that had watched over the expedition from the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Indian Ocean now shone once again above Europe. Their silent light reminded everyone that the oceans had never truly separated the world. They had always connected it. Humanity had simply needed the patience, the courage, and the curiosity to discover the paths between them. With the successful return of the Victoria in 1522, the age of European exploration entered a new era. What had once seemed impossible had now become reality. Sailors had crossed the Atlantic, sailed through the Pacific, rounded Africa, and returned home by sea. The world suddenly felt both larger and more connected. News of the extraordinary voyage spread through Europe with quiet amazement. In busy ports, experienced captains gathered around weathered maps. Young apprentices listened carefully to stories told by sailors who had survived oceans few people had ever imagined. Scholars copied fresh reports into thick books. Printers worked steadily, producing accounts that reached readers far beyond the great harbors. Knowledge was no longer traveling only by word of mouth. It was being preserved for future generations. In workshops across Europe, mapmakers once again unrolled large sheets of parchment. Each new expedition brought corrections. A misplaced island was moved. A newly explored coastline was carefully added. Mountain ranges appeared where blank spaces had once existed. Rivers stretched inland across continents that earlier generations had never known. The maps were still incomplete. Many regions remained unexplored. But with every passing year, the picture of the world became clearer. Navigation also continued to improve. Captains kept more detailed journals than ever before. They carefully recorded winds, ocean currents, changing weather, the positions of stars, the depth of coastal waters, safe harbors, dangerous reefs. Every observation mattered. A small note written by one sailor could protect hundreds of future voyages. The oceans themselves became familiar teachers. The Atlantic trade winds carried ships westward. The westerlies helped many vessels return toward Europe. The Indian Ocean followed seasonal monsoon winds that experienced navigators learned to respect. Across the Pacific, patient captains discovered routes that balanced distance with favorable weather. Nature had always offered these pathways. Humanity was simply learning how to read them. Meanwhile, life continued across the many lands connected by these growing sea routes. Farmers tended their fields. Fishermen launched their boats at sunrise. Children played beside rivers and beaches. Merchants opened their shops each morning. For many ordinary people, daily life changed only gradually. Great historical events often unfolded quietly, one generation at a time. Historians today understand that the age of exploration brought remarkable advances in geography, navigation, and cultural exchange. At the same time, it also led to colonization, the spread of diseases, conflicts, and profound hardships for many indigenous peoples across the Americas and elsewhere. To understand this period fully is to recognize both sides of its legacy, the courage of exploration, and the human costs that accompanied it. As the sun slowly set over a peaceful European harbor, dozens of ships rested gently at anchor. Their masts formed dark silhouettes against a sky glowing with shades of orange and crimson. Seagulls drifted silently above the quiet water. Lanterns flickered aboard the anchored vessels. The sea breathed its endless rhythm against the wooden docks. Another day of exploration had ended, yet beyond every familiar shoreline, beyond every carefully drawn map, beyond every distant horizon, the world still held countless stories waiting patiently to be discovered. And for those willing to follow the wind, the sea would always whisper an invitation to continue the journey. As the decades passed, the great voyages of exploration slowly became part of everyday life across Europe. What had once been considered extraordinary gradually became familiar. Ships crossed the Atlantic with increasing confidence, following routes that experienced navigators had carefully charted over many years. Harbors grew busier with each passing season. At sunrise, dockworkers unloaded cargo from weathered ships. Merchants carefully inspected crates filled with goods from distant lands. Sailmakers repaired canvas that had crossed thousands of miles of open ocean. Blacksmiths shaped fresh anchors and iron fittings for the next voyage. Every harbor became a place where stories from many parts of the world quietly met. The ocean was no longer simply a mystery. It had become a bridge connecting continents, connecting cultures, connecting ideas. Across Europe, universities and libraries welcomed new knowledge gathered from these expeditions. Students studied improved maps. Geographers compared journals written by different captains. Astronomers refined their understanding of the heavens, helping future sailors navigate with greater confidence. Knowledge grew patiently, one observation at a time, one carefully drawn chart after another. Meanwhile, shipbuilders continued improving their craft. Each new vessel reflected lessons learned from earlier voyages. Hulls became stronger, rigging became more efficient, storage below deck was organized more carefully to support longer journeys. Although life at sea remained demanding, every generation of sailors benefited from the experience of those who had sailed before them. Experienced captains often gathered younger sailors around simple wooden tables. There, by the light of a lantern, they shared quiet advice. Respect the wind, watch the stars. Never ignore changing clouds. For your crew, the sea rewards patience. These lessons were rarely written in official reports. Instead, they passed from one generation to the next through conversation and shared experience. Far away, across the Atlantic, life continued along its own peaceful rhythm. Rivers flowed toward the sea just as they always had. Forests swayed gently beneath warm tropical breezes. Birds welcomed each sunrise with familiar songs. The natural world moved according to its own timeless patterns, unaffected by the lines that people drew upon maps. Nature asked for no borders. It simply continued. As historians look back upon the age of European exploration today, they see far more than famous names and celebrated voyages. They see thousands of ordinary sailors whose names were never recorded, shipbuilders who never crossed an ocean, cartographers who patiently transformed scattered observations into accurate maps, farmers who supplied food for long expeditions, families who waited months, or even years, for loved ones to return. History is rarely shaped by one person alone. It is woven together by countless lives working quietly behind the scenes. As evening slowly settled over another peaceful harbor, the final rays of sunlight reflected across calm water. Ships rested gently beside wooden piers. Their sails were neatly folded, their voyages completed. Above them, the same stars that had guided Columbus, Magellan, and so many others continued their silent journey across the heavens. Generation after generation, the stars remained unchanged. The oceans continued their endless rhythm, and humanity, with curiosity and patience, continued exploring the remarkable world that stretched beyond every horizon. For tonight, however, our own voyage grows quieter. The waves become softer. The wind grows gentler. The lanterns along the harbor slowly fade into the peaceful darkness. The sea whispers one final goodnight, inviting every tired traveler to rest beneath the endless stars. As our long and gentle voyage begins to draw toward its final horizon, let us pause for a quiet moment and look back across the centuries we have traveled together. We began in the peaceful harbors of Europe. We watched skilled shipbuilders shape great wooden vessels from oak and pine. We listened to the soft creaking of ropes and the fluttering of fresh sails in the morning breeze. We stood beside curious mapmakers, carefully tracing coastlines that were only partly understood. Then together we crossed the wide Atlantic. We followed Christopher Columbus as he searched for a western route to Asia. We sailed beneath endless stars. We drifted through calm seas covered with floating seaweed. We watched dolphins race beside the ships. We witnessed the historic landfall in the Caribbean on an October morning in 1492. We explored quiet islands shaded by palms. We learned about the Taino people and their rich communities. We saw settlements rise. We saw challenges emerge. We watched maps slowly change as new information reached Europe. Then our journey continued beyond Columbus. We followed brave navigators who explored farther south. We watched the discovery of the mainland of South America. We saw scholars gradually realize that these lands were not Asia, but part of an entirely different part of the world. We quietly observed as the name America appeared upon maps. Later, we sailed with Ferdinand Magellan's expedition. We passed through the narrow strait at the southern tip of South America. We entered the vast Pacific Ocean. We crossed waters so immense that weeks blended into months beneath endless seas. Though Magellan himself did not survive the voyage, his expedition completed the first circumnavigation of the Earth, forever changing humanity's understanding of our planet. Throughout every chapter, one companion remained constant: the sea. Sometimes calm, sometimes powerful, always patient, always worthy of respect. The ocean asked nothing more than careful preparation, quiet observation, and humility before nature's immense beauty. The stars also remained faithful companions, long before satellites, long before electric lights. Sailors trusted the heavens, night after night, generation after generation: the North Star, the Southern Cross, the Milky Way stretching across silent seas. These celestial guides connected every voyage, every explorer, and every dreamer who dared to sail beyond the familiar horizon. Today, historians understand the age of European exploration as a period of extraordinary achievement in navigation, geography, and global connection. It also reminds us of difficult truths. The meeting of continents brought exchange of ideas, plants, animals, and knowledge. It also brought colonization, conflict, disease, and profound suffering for many indigenous peoples. Remembering both sides of this history allows us to appreciate the remarkable courage of exploration, while also honoring the experiences of those whose lives were forever changed by it. History is at its richest when every voice is remembered, every journey, every community, every lesson. Now the harbor grows quiet once again. The last lanterns flicker gently along the wooden docks. The sails are neatly folded. The anchors rest peacefully upon the seabed. The waves softly touch the shore with the same timeless rhythm they have followed for thousands of years. Above, countless stars shine in silent harmony. The explorers have returned home. The maps are fuller than before, the oceans remain endless. And the world, though better understood, still holds mysteries waiting patiently for future generations. So, as sleep gently approaches, imagine one final peaceful scene. A small wooden ship rests quietly upon calm water. The evening breeze has faded. The sea is smooth as glass. The moon reflects softly across the gentle waves. Far in the distance, a lighthouse glows with a warm golden light. No voices, no hurry, only the quiet breathing of the ocean, only the peaceful rhythm of the tide, only the endless stars watching over every traveler who has ever sailed across the sea. Thank you for joining this calm journey through the voyages of Christopher Columbus and the age of European exploration. May your dreams be as peaceful as a calm ocean beneath a sky full of stars. Good night, my friend. And may fair winds always carry you gently toward tomorrow. Epilogue. The endless horizon, our peaceful voyage has reached its final harbor, but history itself never truly ends. Long after Christopher Columbus, Ferdinand Magellan, and countless other navigators had disappeared into the pages of history, the oceans continued their timeless rhythm. The Atlantic still rolled gently beneath the morning sun. The Pacific still stretched farther than the eye could see. The Indian Ocean still carried warm breezes across its endless blue waters. Nature remained unchanged. Only humanity's understanding had grown. Generation after generation, new explorers continued to sail beyond familiar coastlines. Some sought knowledge, some sought trade, some searched for scientific discovery. Others simply wished to understand the remarkable planet they called home. Maps became more detailed. Globes became more accurate. The blank spaces that had once covered ancient charts slowly disappeared. Yet even today, our world still contains mysteries. The deepest parts of the oceans remain only partially explored. Countless marine creatures have yet to be discovered. Ancient shipwrecks rest silently beneath thousands of meters of water, untouched for centuries. History still waits beneath the waves. Archaeologists continue to uncover forgotten ports. Historians carefully read faded journals written by sailors long ago. Scientists study old navigation techniques to better understand how early mariners crossed immense oceans using little more than the stars, the sun, the wind, and extraordinary patience. The age of exploration may belong to history, but the spirit of curiosity never disappeared. It simply changed direction. Instead of searching for unknown continents, people began exploring mountains, deserts, polar ice, the deep sea, and eventually, the stars themselves. Every generation discovers its own horizon. For the sailors of the 15th century, it was the Atlantic Ocean. For later generations, it became the Pacific. For modern explorers, it reaches beyond Earth into the vastness of space. Yet every journey begins the same way, with curiosity, with courage, with a single step, or a single sail raised into the wind. Tonight, however, there is nowhere left to travel. The harbor is peaceful. Every ship has returned safely. The sails are folded neatly. The ropes rest quietly upon the wooden decks. The lanterns burn softly along the pier. A gentle breeze carries the familiar scent of salt water through the cool evening air. Far away, waves break slowly against a quiet shoreline. Seabirds have settled for the night. The stars shine brighter than ever. The moon hangs peacefully above the calm sea, casting a silver path across the water that seems to stretch forever. If you listen carefully, you might almost hear the quiet creak of an old wooden ship resting at anchor, not preparing to leave, not racing toward another adventure, simply resting, as all travelers eventually do. So let your thoughts drift as gently as those quiet waves. Allow every worry to float away with the evening tide. Feel the calm rhythm of the ocean, the slow breathing of the wind, the peaceful silence between each gentle wave. History has whispered its stories. The sea has sung its timeless song, and now, it is time for rest. Sleep peacefully beneath the same stars that once guided explorers across the endless oceans. Good night, dear friend. May your dreams be calm, your sleep be deep, and your horizons always filled with quiet wonder. Bonus chapter: the quiet legacy of the great voyages. After the famous voyages had ended, the ships had returned, and the maps had been carefully redrawn. The legacy of those journeys continued to ripple across the world, much like gentle waves spreading across a calm sea after a single pebble touches the water. History rarely changes in a single day. More often, it changes quietly, one conversation at a time, one new idea, one carefully drawn map, one peaceful voyage across the sea. Across Europe, children born many years after Columbus's first voyage grew up in a very different world from their grandparents. Their school teachers pointed to maps that included islands once unknown. Libraries contained journals describing distant coastlines. Merchants spoke casually about places that earlier generations had considered almost mythical. The unknown slowly became familiar. The impossible became ordinary. In quiet monasteries and universities, scholars copied navigation manuals by hand. Every page was written carefully. Every diagram was checked twice. Young students practiced reading the stars. They learned why the sun appeared higher in the sky near the equator. They studied the changing winds that guided ships safely across the oceans. Knowledge became a treasure passed from teacher to student, from captain to apprentice, from generation to generation. Meanwhile, experienced sailors often retired to peaceful coastal villages. Some spent their evenings sitting beside quiet harbors. Children gathered nearby, eager to hear stories of distant oceans. The old sailors rarely spoke first about danger. Instead, they remembered peaceful mornings, golden sunrises over calm water, pods of dolphins swimming beside the ship, the silence of moonlit nights far from any land, the feeling of standing beneath thousands of brilliant stars with nothing but the endless sea stretching in every direction. Those were the memories that remained brightest. Many of the ships that carried explorers across the Atlantic eventually disappeared, would slowly return to the earth. Iron anchors rested beneath the sea. Their names faded from everyday conversation, yet their journeys continued to live within history itself. Every modern map, every ocean chart, every globe found in a classroom carries a small echo of those patient voyages. Today, airplanes cross oceans in hours. Satellites circle the Earth every day. Modern ships use powerful engines and advanced navigation systems. Yet the sea remains wonderfully familiar. The waves still rise and fall. The tides still follow the moon. The stars still shine above quiet oceans exactly as they did 500 years ago. Nature reminds us that while technology changes, the Earth itself moves with timeless patience. Perhaps that is one of history's gentlest lessons. People come and go. Empires rise and fall. Maps are redrawn. New discoveries are made. But the wind still whispers through the sails. The waves still kiss the shore. And the stars continue their endless journey across the night sky. As our peaceful history for sleep finally reaches its resting place, imagine one last scene. A quiet harbor just before dawn. The sea is perfectly calm. Fishing boats rest silently beside the wooden pier. A lighthouse shines softly across the water. The first birds begin to sing. Far beyond the horizon, the sun prepares to rise. Another day is beginning. Another story is waiting. But tonight, there is nowhere else to sail. Only peaceful water, gentle waves, quiet stars, and the comforting knowledge that every great voyage, no matter how long, eventually finds its way safely home. Good night, sleep well, and may the calm sea carry your dreams until morning. Extended finale, one last walk along the harbor before we quietly close this chapter. Let us take one final, unhurried walk along an old European harbor. The year no longer matters. The famous voyages have already been completed. The great explorers have become stories told by grandparents to curious children. The harbor is peaceful. Fishing boats rest gently upon the water. Merchant ships sleep quietly at anchor. Their sails are neatly folded. Their wooden hulls softly rise and fall with the gentle tide. The air carries the familiar scent of salt, fresh timber, and the distant fragrance of bread baking in a nearby village. A lighthouse stands patiently at the entrance to the harbor, night after night, year after year. Its steady light has welcomed sailors safely home. The keeper of the lighthouse performs the same quiet routine every evening. He checks the lantern, polishes the glass, climbs the narrow stone stairs, and watches over the sea without asking for recognition. History remembers famous explorers, but peaceful harbors are cared for by ordinary people nearby. An elderly shipbuilder slowly runs his hand across a weathered piece of oak. He smiles softly. He remembers building ships many decades ago. Some crossed only nearby waters. Others disappeared beyond the Atlantic horizon. He never became famous, yet without skilled craftsmen like him, no great voyage could ever have begun. Along the stone quay, a young apprentice carefully studies an old map. Its edges have faded with age. Tiny handwritten notes fill the margins. Small corrections have been added over many years. The apprentice smiles as he notices something remarkable. The largest empty spaces have disappeared, not because the world became smaller, but because patient people spent generations learning about it. Across the quiet harbor, bells ring softly from a distant church. Their sound drifts gently across the still water. Seagulls circle once before settling upon the wooden posts near the docks. The tide slowly rises, then slowly falls, exactly as it has done for thousands of years. Nature never hurried, neither did history. The greatest discoveries often arrived quietly, a careful observation, a well-kept journal. A peaceful conversation between travelers, a star noticed above a calm ocean, a coastline drawn a little more accurately than before. Every small moment became part of a much larger story. Now the harbor grows quieter still. Lanterns fade one by one, windows become dark, Even the waves seem softer than before. Above, stars remain exactly where sailors once found them. The North Star shines steadily. The moon reflects across the calm sea. The Milky Way stretches silently overhead. If those stars could speak, they would tell stories of every ship that ever crossed an ocean, every captain who trusted the wind, every family who waited patiently for a loved one to return, every explorer who looked toward the horizon and quietly wondered, what lies beyond? Tonight, we already know the answer. Beyond every horizon, there is another. Beyond every ending, there is another beginning, and beyond every peaceful story, there waits another quiet chapter ready to be told beneath the same eternal stars. So let the waves become slower, let the wind become gentler. Let your thoughts drift as softly as a ship resting safely in a quiet harbor after a very long voyage. The anchors are secure, the sails are folded, the lantern has been extinguished, the sea is calm, the night is peaceful, and at last, it is time to sleep. Good night, my friend. May your dreams be as endless as the ocean, as gentle as the evening tide, and as peaceful as the stars that have watched over every traveler throughout history. Afterward, the ocean never forgets. If the sea could remember, it would remember everything. It would remember the first small fishing boats carved from ancient trees. It would remember the Phoenician merchants sailing beneath bright Mediterranean stars. It would remember the Viking longships cutting through the cold northern seas. It would remember the Portuguese caravels following the coast of Africa. It would remember the 3 small ships of Christopher Columbus disappearing beyond the western horizon. It would remember Magellan's weathered fleet entering the quiet waters of the Pacific. The ocean has watched every generation come and go. Kings have risen, kingdoms have faded, borders have changed, languages have evolved. Yet the waves have continued their endless journey without interruption. Every morning, the tide returns. Every evening, it quietly retreats. The sea asks for no applause. It simply continues. Perhaps that is why sailors have always respected it, not because it was easy, but because it was eternal. Imagine standing alone upon a quiet beach just before sunrise. The sand is cool beneath your feet. A gentle breeze brushes softly across your face. The horizon glows with the faintest hint of golden light. Far away, a single sailing ship appears as a tiny silhouette against the brightening sky. Its white sails catch the first morning wind slowly, almost silently. It continues toward the horizon, not racing, not struggling, simply moving with the rhythm of nature. That quiet image has repeated itself for thousands of years. Different ships, different people, different dreams, the same sea, the same wind, the same stars. As historians continue studying the age of European exploration, new discoveries are still made. Old shipwrecks are carefully explored beneath the waves. Ancient journals hidden inside archives are translated. Maps are compared with archaeological evidence. Every generation asks new questions. Every generation understands history a little more clearly than the one before. The story is never completely finished. History continues growing, just as the sea continues moving. And perhaps that is the greatest lesson our long journey has offered. Curiosity is timeless. Learning never truly ends. The world always has another story waiting patiently to be discovered. But for tonight, there are no more oceans to cross, no more sails to raise, no more distant horizons calling your name. Only the peaceful sound of gentle waves meeting the shore, only the quiet whisper of the evening breeze, only the comforting glow of moonlight dancing across calm water. Close your eyes, listen to the tide. Feel the gentle rocking of an old wooden ship resting safely in its harbor. The voyage is complete. The maps have been drawn. The stars continue shining above, and somewhere beyond the sleeping sea, morning will quietly arrive. Until then, rest peacefully, sleep deeply, and let the timeless rhythm of the ocean carry you into gentle dreams. The end. Author's good night reflection. And so, dear friend, our gentle history journey has finally come to rest. If you have stayed with this story until the very end, then together we have crossed centuries instead of simply crossing oceans. We walked through quiet medieval harbors. We watched the morning mist rise over wooden ships. We listened to the creak of tall masts and the flutter of canvas sails. We followed the stars that guided generations of sailors. We crossed the Atlantic. We drifted across the peaceful Caribbean. We explored the shores of South America. We sailed through the Strait of Magellan. We crossed the vast Pacific. And finally, we returned safely home. But perhaps the greatest discovery was not a new island, not a new coastline, not even a new continent. Perhaps the greatest discovery was something much quieter, that every generation inherits the curiosity of the one before it. Every explorer once stood on a familiar shore, looking toward an unfamiliar horizon. Every map once contained blank spaces. Every great journey began with a single question: what might be waiting beyond? Those questions still live within us today. Scientists ask them, historians ask them, students ask them, children ask them, and perhaps in some small way, you ask them too. The oceans remind us that the world is wonderfully vast. Stars remind us that we are part of something even greater. And history reminds us that every generation leaves behind a story for the next one to discover. So tonight, as sleep gently finds you, imagine that the harbor is perfectly still. The lighthouse shines with a warm golden glow. A single ship rests peacefully at anchor. Its voyage is complete. Its crew has returned home. Its sails are folded. Its anchor holds firmly beneath the calm water. The waves lap softly against the hull, slowly, steadily, almost like a peaceful heartbeat. Above, the moon climbs quietly into the night sky. Thousands of stars sparkle across the darkness. The same stars that watched over ancient sailors, still watching over the world tonight. There is nowhere left to hurry, nothing left to search for, nothing left to prove. Only quiet, only peace, only the endless rhythm of the sea. Thank you for sharing this calm journey through the voyages of Christopher Columbus and the age of European exploration. May your night be peaceful. May your dreams be gentle. And may every new morning bring the same quiet curiosity that has guided explorers for centuries. Good night, sleep well, and may calm seas always find you. End of story.